And I hope there's somebody watching right now, because we're about to start a live stream. Welcome. It's not Friday, it's Thursday. Damn it, almost said Friday. But we're gonna do a stream. I was playing around with the track earlier today, and I figured out the chord progression that I want to do, which is kind of what we needed to get started properly with making the intro. So I figured that out, and I thought, well, let's do that tonight, and why not stream that? So yeah, welcome. I'm not seeing anything in the chat yet, so I hope the chat is working. Anybody is watching right now, please say something in the chat so we can verify that that works. Let me crack open a Dr. Pepper. Hope you guys are doing great, by the way. We are also going to be streaming tomorrow, so this is just an extra stream. I figured if I can at least get the intro figured out today, then I can hopefully get started on the drop tomorrow. Maybe we even get started on that tonight. Depends on how quick the intro comes together. I already have a little bit of the intro, so we might get to start on the drop as well, but I cannot promise anything. That was the chords. I'll switch over to the other view. I also bought myself, holy shit, that's dark. Brighten, let me brighten that up for you guys. One moment, let me check. How do I do that? A little better. there's a can of Dr. Pepper next to me. I mean, I go through phases. Every now and then I just have these phases where I just love Dr. Pepper and I just like that drink, and then I go through a phase where I'm completely over it. Anyways, yeah, welcome. I bought myself a new chair because my other one pretty much broke, and I was really getting afraid of actually having that chair break on stream completely. So I managed to get one delivered, even though the Christmas deliveries are absolutely crazy right now. So luckily that worked out. Let's just let me show you the chords. I'll play the chords on the piano first, so you can hear what they sound like. Let's see, what do we have? Some kind of, why is there a spider web on my mic? Whatever. Let's see, which one is that? Let's take the cinematic soft piano from Spitfire. And then I think, yeah, this is the chords right here. That. Okay. So chords are actually really simple. Well, this is not chords actually. Now I'm looking at it. What is that? Is that a bass line? Where did I put the chords itself? Did I even put chords? Don't think I put chords in here. I think it's just the combined thing together creates sort of like a chord progression. But yeah, that means we need to add chords. But what I have is I have this, basically this. This is just going to sound like octaves right now, I think. Yeah. But that's not really that interesting. Right? But I found this patch in Pigments 3.5. the new Pigments called Ionosphere, and it sounded really cool. So I used that and I created this. And that is following the same notes as what that bass I had was doing, or something very similar to it. So I'll play you the entire thing I have right now, so you can hear it in context. And I also have a whole group here with vocals. These are all turned off right now. These are just there. These are placeholder things because I do have... I think this could be a very good track for a vocal. I'm actually thinking of making this track have like an intro of, what is that? 1 minute and 51 seconds. And then going into a single drop. And then a little outro. So I'm actually thinking of making a track with only one drop for this one. But I think it could be a really good one for a vocal. Now, the vocals that I have here are all kind of, you know, they're kind of just sample pack vocals. They're shitty. They don't, well, they kind of work, but the lyrics are just crap. So they're just there for placeholder. I'm not even gonna have them on right now. They're just off. But I just use those every now and then to just check out what it sounds like with a vocal, and if I need to add more as well. Like, that's the whole point. Because if you don't have a vocal in there, you are very easily tempted to add more than you actually need. So just by taking a sample pack vocal that at least kind of works, you can just keep that in there and just every now and then just turn it on, check it out. Does it sound good with a vocal? Do I need to add more or not, basically? Are that just octaves? Well, I mean, the MIDI notes feeding into it are. It's literally just G sharp to B to D sharp, which is also the bass progression. So the entire track, the bass goes from G sharp to B to D sharp, and we are in D sharp minor. I analyzed the thing that I had in the last stream. Remember, we did that little... we made that lead patch. I actually still have it here, but it's playing a different MIDI now. It's playing this at the moment. So that's the same lead as what we had in the previous stream. It's just, or the same ARP. It's just that I changed it up a little bit in terms of the MIDI. What was I gonna say? Well, I mean, that obviously creates sort of like a chord with the notes underneath it. But yeah, it's following this. Now, oh yeah, I remember. The arpeggiator pattern that I made in the previous stream was actually written in A sharp minor, which is also what I was confused by in that stream, if you remember correctly. I at some point I was like, wait a second, we are writing in D sharp minor, or at least I thought I was, because the entire track I had written up until that part where I started making the ARP was basically all D sharp minor. And then when I was writing the ARP, I was like, but why does this note sound better than that one then? That's out of the scale. And I was like, interesting. And I couldn't figure it out. But then after the stream, I was looking at it, and I was like, I am just in A sharp minor. It's just that those two scales, D sharp minor and A sharp minor, are very similar. I think there's only two notes that are different. And I was not using any of those two notes in my entire track. So I was like, and I couldn't figure it out. But I figured out it was actually A sharp minor. So I transposed a lot of the things that I had in the track down to D sharp, which is now the key of the track. So we are now actually in D sharp minor. And I actually know what key we are in at this point. So that's good. Actually, that sounds dope. Minor 7, 9 chords are getting blend. I mean, it depends on what you're going for, you know? if you're going for like some liquid drum and bass type track, I would say minor 7 and 9 chords or 13s or 11 chords even are like the way to go. But it really depends. I'm going for, this drop is still going to be quite heavy, even though there is going to be sort of like a pitch change throughout the track, throughout the bass line. It's not going to be a bass line that sticks around a single key. It just moves along with what the entire chords, even though they're still not really chords, are doing. Anyways, I'll play what I have up until somewhere about here, so you can hear what that's doing. I chucked a couple of samples in here, which are just riser and some transition samples, just to kind of give me an idea of what that's going to sound like. This thing is turned off. I'm not sure why. We'll probably figure that out after a little bit, after we played it. So we have a little bass here coming in. But yeah, this is what we have right now. Let me mute that piano, by the way. I want to check out what this is. I think it's a lead thing. Yeah, it's just a detuned sol, but that's kind of, what is that playing? Oh yeah, that's playing a D sharp. So I probably should have a little talk about that, because when that's coming in, it's going to create a chord with the rest of these notes. Even though these are just octaves, I'm not even sure if they are true octaves though. I don't think so. They don't sound like octaves. Or are they? Kind of sounds like there's a chord in there. Like, this is just a patch. I did not make this patch. I just, I think I just played around a little bit with it. But it didn't really change that much. But what is that doing? That's just 0 semitones. That is 0. Key tracked, but nothing crazy. Ah, the modulator is set to 19. So that's doing an octave and a... What is that? An octave and a perfect fifth? So that's creating a perfect fifth on top of these notes. And that's probably... Where's that used though? Is that used here? No. What is this controlling? How do we know what that's controlling? I'm not entirely sure how that works in combination with the granular thing. This is set to a square wave. Like, this is probably what's creating that, honestly. But I'm not sure what that is assigned to. Yeah, it's the modulator. The modulator is set to plus 19. There's no volume on that. So that is controlling something, probably. But like, if we go to just, let me just go to here. Let me chuck a Pigments on there. Like, I've been using Pigments quite a bit recently. And in fact, I've been, you know, making some of the wavetables for the latest Pigments 3.5 update that's come out. So if you haven't checked it out yet, definitely check it out. There's been a new update. But if we take this, just go to the regular wavetable, you can see right here the modulator is connected to these knobs right here. See? So if I turn this up, it's going to modulate it's going to wavefold the waveform here by whatever this is set to. So if we turn this up, you can see that the amount changes, right? The graph changes here. So that's what that's doing. And I think in some of the other oscillators, so in the analog, see there we have a line going from here connected to the FM. So then it's controlling the FM. In the harmonic, it's controlling these two. And then in the sampler, it's not connected to anything. See? Even if I turn the granular thing on, it's not connected to anything. So I'm not sure what it's connecting. So I'm not sure what it's then doing, if you get what I mean. Maybe it's something on the on this tab. Because I do kind of wonder. Also using the utility. Can't see anything though that it's. Can Pigments be used in similar ways, Quanda? Absolutely. Absolutely. We might actually do that in just a bit. It is already doing it here with this patch, because this patch is a granular patch. It's just being sort of like accentuated with 2 extra things, but the granular engine itself is just doing. Creating some noise. Yeah. Really nice patch, by the way. But I'm not sure what that one is doing. On the harmonic one, it's not. Oh, they're using the rumble wave. Interesting. Yeah, no clue. Doesn't really matter though. Like, I know it sounds good with chords that I put under it. I already tried that out, so I know that works. But yeah, it is doing some kind of a. It does sound like a 7th, perfect 5th. Yeah, so this lead thingy that comes in, it comes in right in this section where the chords actually go away. I probably will have some parts of these notes maybe continue, but the bass line continues here, so that's still playing the exact same notes as what these chords are playing as well. And then this is playing basically just a D sharp. So D sharp to D sharp, and then a little C sharp thing here, back to D sharp, and then it does a pitch bend thing, which just goes up to A sharp and then to F sharp. Now, the D sharp on top of these notes is going to create some really interesting thing. So if I just put a D sharp right here, we can see that is the top note of a G sharp minor chord, right? If I put a D sharp right here, we can see that's the top note or the middle note of a B major chord. And if I then put a D sharp right here, then we can see that that is an octave above this D sharp minor chord. So even though I'm just playing the same note over and over in this section, in that lead, it's creating harmonies with what the bass line is doing. And therefore, it's going to sound still like there's a chord progression going on, even though there's technically not really a chord in that section. It's just 2 separate instruments that are playing 2 different things. Let's see what that does. So it's just the same note over and over again. this next section, start filtering it out or something, because it comes in again at the drop. I think it's gonna be nice on top of the bass as well. And the bass is just very simple right now. It's literally just that. That's probably gonna be something we'll work on tomorrow. But when that comes in here again, that's gonna work very well with a good patch. I really like to play the guitar because of that. Because of what? Sometimes it can be fun to completely ignore theory, skills, and harmony and just listen. Okay, because of that. I never really know what I'm doing on guitar theory-wise, but I come up with wonderful ideas I would have never even thought of. Yeah, I mean, that's the case for a lot of things, right? Damn it, Dr. Pepper's making me burp. No, it goes for a lot of things, right? Just to change, even like changing your DAW, or I don't know, maybe you always make all your sounds with Serum. Take Faceplant for a day instead, you know, and just such a small change already can completely change what kind of sound you're gonna come up with. So yeah, it makes sense that if you're gonna change physical instruments as well, that does the same thing, right? I mean, I had a guitar not that long ago, but it was just a cheap acoustic guitar for the same reason, just to kind of play around with a little bit, and yeah, I don't know, figure out. Can't really play guitar, but just by I at least can hear what sounds in tune and what doesn't, right? So if I basically just play around a little bit with it, at some point I'll come up with something, and I don't know what I'm playing, but I'll just play it in and then analyze what I've played to see what I've done. And even today, like with tools such as Melodyne, even if you don't really know or aren't really that good at like figuring out what the pitch of a note is, like let's say you've played something in and you're then taking like a very basic synth patch with like, I don't know, a square wave, a saw wave, or a sine wave even, and just start trying to copy the MIDI or the notes in MIDI. You're still gonna, if you're not that good at it, or at like finding out pitches, you might actually think that the perfect fifth is the note that you need, while you actually need a note that's 7 semitones lower, right? Because the perfect fifth will harmonically kind of sound correct, if you get what I mean. And for a beginner, that can still kind of put you off, but like, I mean, these days with a tool like Melodyne, all you have to do is literally just put it on, record whatever audio you've recorded into Melodyne, and just let Melodyne tell you, you know? And there's probably plenty of other tools that'll do the same thing. Yeah, so I have, like I said, I have a couple of vocals here as well. They're not really that good, honestly. The one that I found worked best was this one, because it had two stems of like a male and a female vocal of like a harmony, so I could kind of, you know, make two sections, but you can kind of hear how it sounds with a vocal on top. Because I'm really tempted when I don't hear the vocal to add drums, or a lot of drums in this section, kind of like add breaks or stuff like that. But when I hear it with a vocal, I'm actually thinking maybe I'll even just have drums only in this section, and maybe in this section, or maybe even just in this section, some very, very slight percussion thing. And then here, everything cuts out probably until here. And then here in this build-up section, we're gonna have some kind of drum pattern coming in that's being filtered or something to kind of emphasize that there's a drop coming. But with a vocal, I'm kind of more tempted to not add too much drums in this entire section, or maybe not even add any drums. So I'll show you what I mean. So even though the vocal is shit, even though the lyrics are absolutely crap, and I'll probably never use this vocal, you kind of get an idea.
Vibing with you, baby, put your love down, love down.
See, that's what I mean, but the lyrics are absolutely crap.
Cause we took it downtown, downtown. Vibing with you, pull up with that pain of yours. Thought that I struck a vein of yours.
Especially when the bass comes in, you can hear how nice that sounds right now.
I don't know what it takes.
That's so good.
To prove it to you. Too many times in love.
It just needs a good mean, I already have the melody of the vocal in my head. The melody of the vocal is not too bad. It's just that the lyrics are too fucking cheesy. They're too EDM like. Find that vocal. Which pack is it? It's from Ghost Hack. Ghost Hack Ultimate Vocal Library 3. Filled with cheesy vocals. So if you need cheesy vocals, the Ghost Hack Ultimate Vocal Library packs are pretty good. This one is from Volume 3 specifically. I don't think I have any of the other ones. Because, like, honestly, I just stopped buying vocal sample packs. It's just too much of a letdown, man. It's just too much of a letdown, like, literally. The only thing they're good for is placeholder vocals most of the time, or when you make, like, EDM music, then I can see why you could be able to use them, but honestly speaking, like, you can see I have a whole bunch of them, and literally none of them I'm like, yeah. These are good. Like, this is another one. Let's see what that one sounds like.
Bringing it back to the start, even though you broke my heart.
See,
I think I'm ready again. Can't get you out of my head. Even though you play these games, I really don't know how to stay. I just can't stand what you do. Wish I could get over you. If you love me, say my name. No more time for pretend. If you love me, say my name. I'll follow you to the end.
Yeah. What else do we have? More shitty vocals, probably. Can you write it for us? I mean, that's not too complicated, right? Is my accent that bad? What was it called? Ultimate Vocal something? Ultimate Vocal Library. I mean, they're good quality. They're well recorded, yes. But for, like, what I'm looking for, they're definitely not good.
Bringing it back to the start.
These are pitched as well. Like, they're definitely not this high pitched normally, but I had to pick to get them in the right key. What is this one?
Closer to the way I see you now, and I never wanna see you frown.
I mean, that one isn't even that
And I'm
bad.
asking you to come with me, just to see what we can see. I'm setting my chest, I'm holding my breath. I just won't laugh. With the weight of the world caught in a whirlpool inside of myself. Just say you won't let go, let it go, let it go. Closer to a loving mind, heart beating 2 at a time. Promise that I'll make you mine. Love you till the end of time, the end of time. Closer to the way I see you now.
Yeah, like,
And I
that's
never wanna
how I
see you
usually
frown.
use them as well. I just use them
When
as
I'm asking you to
placeholders.
come with me, just to see what we can see. Closer to a loving
Because you can
mind.
really hear what it starts sounding like
Heart
with a
beating 2 at a
vocal,
time.
right?
Promise that I'll make you mine. Love you till the end of time, the end of time.
Even though I don't like the lyrics, it's just, without it, you can immediately hear how empty it sounds. See, it's like, oh shit, we need to add so many elements here. If we hear it without a vocal, right? But when you hear it with a vocal, you're like, I mean, it needs maybe a couple of elements, but not that many, honestly, when there's a vocal there. So it's like, it does work to kind of have it there. Yeah, it takes it to a next level, but then the lyrics need to be good as well.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry.
This one is good,
I'm
though.
so sorry.
I need to make this one work because I have a couple of versions here. I need to chop them up and rearrange them. This one could work. that big of a gap in here. We kind of need to rearrange them. Is this one different?
We never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry.
Like that one could definitely work.
We never meant to be friends.
Better than the other ones, honestly. But it needed more work, so I guess that's why I didn't pick that one.
You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is.
Cheesy.
You won't go fooling me twice now, baby. I'm sorry, that's the way it is.
That one is so cheesy. Oh.
You got to take a hold of your life, make it right, babe. You have so much to show for yourself.
I do
Yeah,
like
take
higher tempo
control
vocals
of
as
your
well, like
life,
that.
do it right, babe. I will be at your side for every step of the way. You got to take a hold of your life, make it right, babe. You have so much to show for yourself. Yeah,
not
take
this track.
control of your life, do it right, babe. I will be at your side for every.
That needs a more danceable intro, you know, if we're gonna do vocals like that. No, I think honestly, from all the ones that I have here, even though this one sounds the best, sort of like already in terms of how it fits, not listening to the lyrics.
Vibing with you, baby, put your love down, throw the dice.
Like this one just works really well with the transitions, in my opinion.
Vibing with you, pull up with that pain of yours. Thought that I struck a vein of yours.
Yeah.
But the lyrics are
I
good.
don't know what it takes to prove it to you. Too many times in love. Too many times in love. I don't know what it takes to show it to you. Too many nights in a row. Too many nights in a row.
Like honestly, that one just fits the best right off the bat. But lyric-wise, I totally like this one more.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I could even make a thing here at the end, copy this one, put it here, and use some melodyne to make the pitch of this one different, so it sounds different, like it's a different take, and kind of make that one fall on the right note, so it sort of like harmonically works with this D sharp that comes in. Like we can do that, we can completely make this one work. This one, the I'm sorry one, yeah, I think so too. This one could work.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh wait, I put it in the wrong spot.
I'm so sorry.
Just needs to be changed in terms of pitch.
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
I might not use all the parts. And we can definitely also do some granular stuff on this one. So I think I have all the parts here, and this name, by the way, that's in these clips is not even the name of the sample. So don't be confused by that. It's not from that pack, it's not even from the... It doesn't even have that name. That's just because I probably had a different sample in there first, and then I put it into the clip here instead of putting a new. You want this tune when it's done. Yo, Lil Davis, welcome. I think it captures the true essence of this build-up out of all of them vocals you got. Yeah, I think so too. I'm so sorry, chopped up for the drop. Yeah, exactly. I think if I'm correct, I think this vocal pack has more samples with that, actually. Show in browser. So this is from a pack called Elheim Records, Brightness, ASMR, and Pop Vocal Volume 4. So it's like ASMR vocals. So there's like a...
Alone, anywhere, blind.
A lot of those whispery kind of ones. And then there's a bunch of ones that are like loops. That are more like...
Blow your mind.
Like that. And there's most of them are absolutely shit. But there's just a couple of good ones in there. Which one is this? Friends version 2.
Oh, we're never meant to be.
Also this one.
Oh,
Okay, that's that one.
Fire.
That's that one there.
Fire.
Then we have a version 3.
Oh,
That's this one. Do we have separate words or something? Something nice with that. I think that might have actually been all the ones with that particular phrase.
I'm not okay. I'm not okay.
That one could maybe also work somewhere. Well, we'll probably make this one work. At least it works the best from all of the ones. So let's just these all out of the way. Get rid of all of those. One. So I think I want to have another section in front of here, which is just gonna be on D sharp. There's not really anything that is gonna be sort of like hinting at that we are in a different key than D sharp, because when this starts, it starts just right off the bat. It starts on G sharp. There's no D sharp anywhere here. It just starts on G sharp, then goes to B, and then it goes to D sharp. So I want to have a section in front of here which kind of just probably has like a drony kind of sound on D sharp, and that's then going into that thing.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry.
Bill Davis,
I'm so
it's in the chat right now.
I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Okay, let's see. I want to have some kind of a drone sound on D sharp, and I think that could actually then basically go throughout the entire intro. Probably have some kind of a filter on it or volume automation to kind of make it come in a little bit more every now and then. But then when everything cuts out in the build, I kind of still want to have that D sharp sound there. So maybe some kind of a string sound could work. Like some sound that has a bit of tension. String sound. Sound? Maybe? Does this one is harmonics, right? Yeah, long harmonics. Does that work, maybe? bit quiet, but we can make that louder. Ourselves a long MIDI clip here. What? Why is that playing? Strange. Why is that playing a hi-hat? It's not even coming from this instrument. Where is that coming from? From the drums? Oh. What? Why is that being triggered? Is it set to in? Ah. But it's receiving MIDI from that channel. Well, that's strange. And it shuts up, but does it still play stuff then? Oh yeah, it does. Okay, nice. I was like, huh? Where's that coming from? This one, and then that one. Let us that up. Yo, Ableton, it's a utility. What are you doing? Okay.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the vocal off for now. We're gonna work on that in a bit. First wanna get the track started a bit more. E string. Yo, Arthur, greetings back to Brazil. I saw somebody ask me about the bass patch. My bad. I forgot about it. It's a very simple patch. No processing on it. It's literally just that. So what is this? Yeah, it's a really simple patch, honestly. This respace is literally just a sine wave with a little bit of extra harmonic. So if we go in here, you can see I have two oscillators. One is just this, and then one is that. And then we have that one set to like somewhere around here. Just a little bit. So it has like a little bit of extra harmonics like that. That's basically it. And that's giving us the steady bass, right? That's just a steady bass, and it's just going through a filter. Let's turn that one off. So that's that. And then we just have a detuned sol. Literally just that. Default amount of detune, just brought this up to 7, and I brought up the random and the phase all the way, so that it's actually remembering that position. That one. For the phases. And that's then layered with that sine wave. To give it the steady bass that it needs. And that is then running through this low pass filter, low pass 18. Little bit of resonance, And it's key tracked as well, using this key track shape here. So that's literally just what you can see right here. So if I play that D sharp, you can see that this marker is all the way right here where this point is. See? It's all the way at that point. And then on the highest note, it is right there. So it's, as long as it's below here, I can sort of like, by making sure that the lowest note I'm playing is sort of like hitting this point, I can make sure that it's never gonna go below this frequency on the filter. It's just always gonna be at the lowest point is gonna be 236 hertz, and then it goes up. Trying to give it a bit more of that movement, right? And that's it. Literally, that's it. No effects, just that. So what I want to try is I want to try using that vocal sample, this one of these, to see if we can do some granular stuff with Pigments. Might be a good idea. What is this thing? Let's first clean this project up before we do anything, because things that are turned off here. What is this? Yeah, that's not what we need at all. Let's get rid of that. What is this Pigments? Oh, that's just the default one that I added just now. Well, we can probably use that one. Just set that to a new preset. Let's go to the sampler. And then we need to find that vocal sample. So let's go in here. Show in browser. Let's start with, yeah, let's just start with that one. Just chuck that in here. And this is in the key of C. So I'm going to go to edit here, and I'm going to change that. Well, that is obviously already playing C, so we don't have to change anything. We can go in here, and let's set this to Granular. Now, this is playing a C3, so let me check what MIDI notes we have in here. We have a G sharp 3 and a C or a G sharp 4. So let me actually get rid of these extra notes, so we only have one MIDI note, and let's bring it down. I'm going to bring it down 1 octave. Now that is doing nothing. Beautiful. We need to go and adjust this. So somebody asked, could you use this as Quanda? You totally could. I'll show you. So the Granular engine, I find this one really powerful, and I actually prefer this one over Quanda, to be quite honest. I've been using Quanda a lot before, but I just prefer this one now. It's more visual for me. I can see better what I'm doing. I can load multiple samples in here, and this one is just so easy to control. I love it. It's so good. And I hate the fact that you have to go into... Oh, nice. Thanks for that pledge on Patreon. I wasn't able to read the name properly, but I'll see that after the stream. Thanks for that. And be sure to grab all those samples, and also be sure that you have your Discord account linked in your Patreon account, because that way you will automatically be added to the Patreon channels on my Discord as well. Yeah, I like how easy this one is to control, because in Quanda, if you want to do any modulation in Quanda, you have to go into the separate mod matrix, which is a separate panel inside of the plugin, right? And you always have to go into the mod matrix to kind of change your modulation, which is a little bit annoying, I find. And I find this one so helpful. Like here you have all your modulators ready to go, basically. And here at the bottom you've got them as well. to edit them, and you can just add them straight away. All you have to do is just click, boom, drag something up here, and you're done, right? So you don't have to switch through like other tabs or anything, other windows, which is, in my opinion, so much better. Which do you think is better, Pigments or Vital? They're not they're not the same thing. Vital is pretty much a wavetable synth, whereas Pigments is a wavetable synth, but also an additive synth, and also a sampler, and also well, I guess Vital can also do things like that. I'm not sure. I still see Pigments as a different type of synth. It's more like a hybrid synth to me, whereas Vital is still more like a wavetable synth. Like the sampler in Vital, for instance, is pretty bare bones. You don't really get much control. Same with like in Serum, because with that argument, we could call the noise oscillator in Serum a sampler too, but it's like a sampler that gives you little to no control. So like, is that truly a sampler? Not really. It's just a noise oscillator, right? And I feel kind of the same about the sampler in Vital, even though you get a little bit more control, in my opinion. It's still not as much as a true sampler. Whereas here, you actually get controls like that. You have this edit tab where you get all these controls. You've got a mapping setting where you can set up round robins as well. So you can load up multiple samples in here, for instance, and use those as round robins. You can have, let's say you have a hardware synth and you record 6 different velocities of the same note from your hardware synth, of like a pluck sound or something like that. You can load those in here and have like set it to key or velocity map, and then you can basically have different velocities be triggered. Well, have different velocity MIDI notes trigger different samples. You can do the same thing with the key mapping. You can have like multiple of these samples being mapped across different key ranges, which is stuff that you won't be able to do in something like Vital or Serum, because it's not a true sampler. So yeah, that's definitely things that it misses. And that's why I don't think that is really a hybrid synth. It's more like a wavetable synth. Whereas this is like, I would compare this more with maybe, I mean, that one is definitely more deeper, but UVI Falcon, for instance, which is also a true hybrid synth, which has like, but even Falcon is even deeper than Pigments. It has so many options that you can do, maybe even too much, depending on what style of producer you are. But this one is really nice. I really like Pigments. Just the interface in general is pretty nice as well. Another very good advantage that Pigments has over Quanda, I don't think Quanda can actually be tempo synced. So Pigments, you can set, for instance, the density. So the density is, of course, how quick it, or how many grains per second it produces, right? You can tempo sync that as well. So you can say, I want grains to be generated every 8 note. See? So that, I don't think Quanda is able to do that. You can sort of like tune it manually by changing the rate, but this is just perfect tempo sync, right? So it's kind of nice. Let's try one of the other ones. That one has like the higher pitched part. Whoa. Why is that playing so fast? C0? Why? Why not C3? That was weird. Why is it suddenly C0? But yeah, if you just do hertz, And the effects panel in Pigments is absolutely insane. You've got so many effect slots. You've got basically 6 effect slots here, which can be series or parallel, and then you've got an extra basically send effects that are coming straight from the filters, so you can just bypass the entire effects modules with those and just go into like a reverb or something like that, or whatever else you want to put on here, which is nice. You can even have multiple of the same effect. That's one thing that a lot of people want Steve Duda to add to Serum, for instance. Like being able to have, like, let's say I have a distortion, but I want another distortion. There you go. That's really a big plus, in my opinion, to be able to do stuff like that. What are we gonna use? Let's try the chorus here. That was weird. Might not really work too well on these vocals. Like, this synth is so powerful, honestly. Like, I'm still barely scratching the surface of this thing. Like, let's say you do something like this. Now, this is set to LFO mode. You can set it to an envelope. You can make it a one-shot. You can do whatever the hell you want. But we can, for instance, set this to maybe a beat and make this one switch between, so function 1, and do, for instance, something like this, so that we get... And now if we tempo sync this one, set this to something fast, and then do function 1 to here. Then we need to bring the density down as well. That's interesting. Do some really cool stuff with this. Probably the power of the new chair. I mean, it sits really good compared to my old one, though. I'm not gonna lie. I should have done this way sooner. Like, the moment I put it down, the moment I assembled the chair and I just, I sat down in it, I was like, ah, now I know what people mean. It's just, having a proper back support now is really good. And some cushion that's actually still cushion, you know? It actually feels like I'm not sitting on a wooden plank. Which is nice. It's definitely good. It's definitely good. Only thing that sucks as well was that, holy shit, that box was heavy. And I had to bring it up 2 staircases. I actually pulled a muscle in my shoulder while I was doing that. So that kind of beats the purpose of being ergonomic, but hey. I was the only one here, and it said to lift the box with 2 people. I'm not gonna wait until everybody comes home. So yeah, you do what you gotta do, right? Lift it up and take a break halfway because you finished the first staircase, and then you take a break. And then you do the second part. Kind of wiggle it up, make it lean on the staircase and wiggle it up even more. But I made it. Also, it's also a staircase with like a bend in it, and the box is just a little too big, if you get what I mean. It's just, but it worked out. So, I'm happy. I'm not gonna do this 10% thing though. I'm just gonna maybe 16s. And like, you can even set the time. You can set that to ratio. So now you can set this to a ratio of the sync time. So let's say you want every grain to be exactly the same length as this. You set it to a ratio of 1.1/1. And now it's just following this volume shape. See? But we can also make that 1/2. And now there's like an equal amount of silence in between all the grains as there is that grain itself. Or we can make them overlap. That did make my CPU shoot up. Everything slowed down. like it when it's just... like that. Give it a bit of a random density so that it sounds more random. And we can do the same with the size. And that way it really starts sounding like a sustained sound. Make sure that the start position and all of these randomizers are kind of up a little bit. Yeah, now it's just more like a sustained kind of pad. What happens if you move the center line of the LFO? Which, this one, that one, that's just, well, that's just where it jumps up to the other position, right? So if you're gonna change this one, it's gonna change the timing of when that jump happens. Well, we're not even using the LFO right now. Yo, Databruff, welcome. Yeah, I love Pigments, man. Pigments is actually really nice. I mean, I explored it because I also made wavetables for it. For the new update. So a bunch of these wavetables are mine that I made here. Not all of them. There's a whole bunch of ones that are not mine, so I'm not sure who the other people are that made these wavetables. I'm not sure. Maybe you, Databruff? I'm not sure. I know other people that use this plugin. I never tried this plugin out. And Arturia contacted me for the 2.3 update or the 3.5 update, and they asked me if I wanted to make some wavetables for it. I was like, yeah, sure. So I basically got a copy from 3.5 before it was out, which is also why I was a couple of live streams I had Pigments in it just for a brief moment because I was already using it in that track off stream, but I tried to not show it because I was not allowed to talk about it. So but yeah. No, you didn't. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure who did the other wavetables, but I made a whole bunch of them. And there's more coming. Don't worry, there's more coming. But again, can't really talk much about that. But yeah, it's a really cool synth. It's a really cool synth. I've definitely been, like I said, the Granular engine is the thing that really blew me away. That made me go like, holy damn, that's why I can use this synth. Because I had been, like I said, I've been using Quanda. You think Venus Theory did some? Yeah, I wasn't too sure. I saw his video and I heard him say that he wasn't allowed to talk about it, and then he was happy that he was finally allowed to, but he didn't say what he made. So I was like, not sure. I bet that he also made something, but he could have also just been a beta tester, if you get what I mean, right? So I wasn't too sure. I didn't ask him. But that would be cool if he made the other ones. But the Granular engine, like I said, I was used to Quanda, and the one thing that I hated about Quanda, or the two things that I hated about Quanda, is that waveform view. Who the hell thought that a squiggly line would be a good option for a plugin that is so dependent on dropping samples into it? Like, I want to be able to see the waveform, and I want to be able to zoom in on it and be able to see exactly where in the waveform I'm triggering the sample. Why make that squiggly line that doesn't tell me anything, right? Other than roughly where in the sound. Oh yeah, it's definitely a little bit louder there, but what else it's doing in terms of the waveform I can see, you know? I mean, Quanda's great. Quanda's absolutely nice, but it doesn't give me the control that I need or that I would like. I mean, that waveform view, it kind of looks cool, but it's not really telling you much. Like, let's be honest. It's not really telling you much. Like, compare it with a regular waveform view in a sampler where you can actually zoom in and see the waveform in detail and see these single oscillations and all of that. You're not able to see any of that. You can't even see if a sound is more transient or more sustained properly because... especially the longer the sample gets, you can't really see any of that in that waveform view because it doesn't show you that. It's just a squiggly line. And yeah, it kind of goes up in terms of the amplitude, but that's about it. And the other thing that I really hate about Quana is that you have to go into the mod matrix to change any modulations. So if you want to change the range of a modulation, you have to go into the mod matrix, which is a separate panel, and you cannot see the modulations at any point of time. The only thing you get to see is those little bars on top of the waveform view, which kind of sucks, if I'm gonna be honest. So yeah. I think it may be 12-bit. Oh, I never really had much things with that, but this quality, that could be the case. I'm not sure. I never really checked that. I never really analyzed it, to be honest. But yeah, it could be the case. Like I did like the sound of it, but I always felt like there were a whole bunch of things that I wish. And the other thing I didn't really like is how I had a patch not too long ago, which was like, which actually led to me making the Patreon sample pack of this month, with the granular vocal samples. So I made a whole pack for Patreon, with like granular vocal samples in it that sound like these ones right here. And these were made with Quana, but what I was using it in a project, and even though the MIDI was actually re-triggering exactly on the beat, like the vocals were actually changing like a whole beat later. Like, let's say the MIDI, like just like here, the MIDI would swap here, would change there, and then the vocal would actually change here in terms of the sound. That's how much of a latency Quana was having. And of course, I can imagine that is also because of the grain stuff that you're doing, because it's playing the grains, right? And it's playing them for a particular duration. But even when I brought the size of the grains down and all of that, there was still a huge latency in terms of when the MIDI note was actually changing and when the sound was changing. And I had to actually manually adjust everything, like offset it, and I even had to offset the automation that I was doing inside Quana, because I was trying to automate the position of the grains. So like this start position, I was automating that. I even had to offset that to kind of make it fit with where the sound was changing, which was super annoying. And even though like also, with Pigments, there's also still like a tiny latency, but it's not that big. So it's more usable. If you tried the Max for Life granulator, yeah, that's what I would use back in the day, but it's just, yeah, it works great, but Max for Life, especially back in the day, was a little bit buggy. It works perfectly fine now on my computer, but especially on my old computer, it was really buggy, and I just wouldn't want to use it. It would crash Ableton all the time, and then I found Quanda, and I was like, yeah, I don't really need it anymore, so, and then Pigments... Well, Arturia contacted me and was like, yo, do you want to check this out? And I wasn't even that interested in the granular thing. I was just like, oh, I need to make wavetables for it. Oh, yeah, cool, sure. I love to do that. So I started making wavetables, and during that whole thing, I was kind of playing around with those wavetables inside of Pigments, and then I was also exploring the rest of it, and I found this granular thing, and I was like, holy damn, that's actually really good. The one thing that's nice about the granulator one is that you have that speed thing, where you can sort of like adjust the speed of how quick the grains play back. That's a really cool feature, where it just automatically scans through. So like it automatically modulates the start position. You can do it inside of Pigments as well, like just assign an LFO to here, and it's going to do the same thing. And if we change the rate of that LFO, it's going to change the speed of how quick it scans through it, right? So you can do the exact same thing. But in Granulator, it's just really easy. You just turn it on. It's just a feature called scan. You just turn it on and it automatically starts scanning through the waveform, and then you just have like a tempo control, which is kind of neat. But you can still do something like that with Pigments as well. It's just you just need to set it up, basically. Anyways, what were we doing? Kind of got distracted a little bit. Oh yeah, we had that string thing that we made. Have a little recap about what it sounds like right now. This needs to be filled up with something. Okay, and this needs to be tuned first of all. It needs to be faded in a bit. To find a good patch for this one as well. I'll turn it off for now, but I want to see what if we add a D sharp across this one as well, so that's doing the same D sharp on top of these, just like what this D sharp lead is going to do. That's going to come in. It's maybe not even going to be a lead, it's just going to be something that adds a harmony on top of the bass notes, which is why it starts sounding like a chord. But what if we add that on the vocals, so we get... Maybe even make that come in, like, in this section. So maybe have these without that one, and then make it come in here. I do that little extra thing. And these. Yeah, it's pretty cool with movements, I agree. This section here. That section is cool. I agree. And this section here as well. There's a couple of sections that sound a little bit odd, but like that. That one sounds cool as well. Yeah, that's pretty cool. How did I stretch the notes out so fast? I just did this. I just clicked and dragged. I would just start automating that. I would just start recording that automation and chop it up after. Yeah, probably. I would probably do a similar thing. I just wanna. I'll probably do that later. I want to kind of figure out the entire intro for now. And you know, I don't like to commit to something like that with vocals too early. But we'll probably do that in just a bit. Let's figure out where we're gonna have some drums and where we're gonna have no drums. What is this? Oh, that's the... Let me rename these as well. That's the impact sub thing, or sub impact. Makes more sense. That's post hat. Paint. Yo, what are you doing? Please don't crash, come on. Okay, it was just loading something. Save. Okay, bass, we have, this is our intro Reese. That is our, yeah, the Rob sub, I'll call it, because it's more like a sub bass than an actual Reese. This is the ARP synth. This is the main pad thing. It's the pad. It's kind of like a piano almost. When you hear it without the filter, it's almost like a piano. In a way. See? Like a weird processed piano or something. But yeah, I'll just call it pad. It's kind of like a pad at this point. That's the riser. Or no, that's the noise sweep. Gotta do some housekeeping first before we do anything, otherwise I'm gonna get completely lost. That is another, yeah, that is a swoosh. Doesn't really... It's the, I'll just call that D-sharp lead for now, because then I know what it is. And that is the vocal, granular vocal. Okay. We need something extra here as well, for sure. Not sure what. I'm also thinking about doubling this ARP thing up with more sounds, and so like maybe have like a more plucky one at first, and then kind of morph into this one over time. I'm actually thinking of finding a Prophet sound and using that, because I love the sound of a Prophet synth. Sequential, if you're watching, you know what to do. Mate, how much I would do for one of those synths. I would love it. But hey, money, right? Yeah, okay, that works. Try and make that vocal a little bit better.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. That is what it needs to do there. I'm so sorry. And then, I'm so sorry. Just needs to go down a little bit more. We can fix that. You guys want to see that? Let's do it. So we need another one there.
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
We can fill this up with some effects. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Let's give Melodyne a try there. Melodyne. can probably make that work. We can probably do that. Dude, this is literally one vocal sample in like 2,000 vocal samples that I have on my hard drive that is actually good. Like, I'm not gonna lie. How did I find this one? Exactly the same as how, well, most people go through vocal sample packs. You buy a vocal sample pack and then you realize, damn, these samples are actually pretty fucking shit. I wasted my money on this. That's why Splice is a good thing. I don't have Splice, but it's a good thing though. For vocal sample packs, at least, I can totally see why it's so helpful, because you don't have to buy a full vocal sample pack and realize that all the samples you just bought are completely useless. But yeah, this is just from a sample pack, and just like all of the sample packs with vocals, most of the time the samples are just really shit, and just 2 of the samples, or 3 in this case, just happen to be relatively nice. So, like, it's even like they don't even sound that nice on their own. Like,
Oh, we're never meant to be friends.
I mean, they're not bad.
I know, I'm so sorry.
It's kind of like they were also labeled as, it was also labeled as like an ASMR vocal sample pack. So it's like most of the samples in the pack are just like whispers. There's like whisper vocals basically that I probably won't even be able to use because it's so goddamn quiet. And really noisy as well. So most of the samples in the pack it was just another one of those packs really, where I just bought it and I was like, oh, ASMR samples, because I knew I had sampled like in one live stream, I had sampled a bit of ASMR vocals from YouTube, and it worked pretty well in a track, in an intro, and I was like, oh, maybe maybe I should do that more often, like listen to some ASMR stuff just to look for vocal samples. And then I found like a vocal sample pack, and I was like, oh, it's ASMR style vocals in a sample pack. Even better. No copyright on it that I have to worry about. So I was like, oh yeah, nice. So I bought it and I was like, damn, this is an absolute waste of money. But then one of those samples were actually good, and I remember actually marking them, and so that I could still find them back. And when I was organizing my samples, I found them again, and I was like, oh, I still need to try and make something with those. But they're also like sped up a lot, because they are like normally at 120 beats per minute. So really what it is, it's like, it's this.
Oh, we never.
And then,
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry.
so I mean, they're good, but they're not yet that good, if you get what I mean. A bit of reverb already fixes that quite well.
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry.
And then I think here we probably want to change it as well, because we don't want to have that loop. And, or is that a loop? Yeah, that is a loop, right? Yeah, it's just looping there, so it's playing the same thing again. What other part do we have that we can maybe use again here? There's maybe one of these right here.
I know, I'm so sorry. I know, I'm so sorry. A friend. I know, sorry.
Where is it?
I know, I'm so. Oh, we never. I know, I'm so sorry.
Where is it? I know there's a part in here somewhere. One of the other ones. Maybe it is. I remember there being another part which had like a variation on that I'm so sorry part.
I know, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. That was what it was doing. Where is that? I'm so sorry.
Oh, we're never
It's not in
meant
these, I
to
think.
be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, there it is. This part. I'm so sorry. Just that same part again is what I'm repeating there. I want to bring that one back. So that needs to come in after this, I think. Oops. Go back here. Take this and drop that here.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. So sorry. We might be able to do something there.
I'm so sorry.
Preferably I need another end to here that's longer. Do we have that?
Sorry.
We do.
Sorry.
Right there. It's not the right pitch, I think, but we might be able to make that work. I'm gonna focus on this first section first, though. So let's see if we can make that work. First thing what we have to do is go into melodyne. Always a little bit laggy. It's quite a heavy program. A little bit of a moment. Okay. So all we need to do is just click the transfer button here. Before we do that, we can also make sure that the default sort of like analyzing method algorithm is set here. Usually I set this to melodic if it's like a monophonic instrument, which the voice is, right? So I'll set it to melodic. If it's like something like a chord progression, you want to use one of these polyphonic modes. And then if it's drums, percussive most of the time. But melodic works best for like any monophonic instrument, basically. So just click transfer and then just play the part that you want to record. So
Oh, we're never meant to be.
so that's starting to record.
I know, I'm so sorry.
You can even play the entire thing.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be a friend. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
I'm also hearing some kind of an extra, almost a choir behind this. Very subtle one. Because I do kind of hear almost like a vocal-like sound in that main pad, that Pigments one, on this last note, especially that transition from here to here. Listen. In the mix though, like almost a very subtle choir needs to be there, playing the same notes as what that pad is doing. So here's that section where it repeats. So I want to change that up. This section right here. That's here.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So this needs to go down. It's gonna be a tough one, but we're gonna figure it out. We're just gonna make a variation, even though we don't have the right variation in this sample. We're just gonna make it. Damn, YouTube really has an issue with bots lately. All these people saying like a 3-letter, 4-letter word and then a space and then a dot and then another couple of letters. It's like it's literally just scam bots or whatever bots there are. And there's a lot of them on YouTube right now. YouTube really needs to figure it out. Like, I've already put like so many banned words that they use for those bullshit comments in my banned words of my YouTube channel. It's just they just use random things, so it's not even gonna help anything. But yeah, YouTube is also not really doing much, so it's annoying.
I'm so sorry.
What does this need to do? Needs to go down, I think.
I'm so sorry. I'm so I'm so sorry. I'm so
Yeah.
so. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Almost. Pitch drift, pitch modulation tool. Zoom in a little here. So this one is drifting a bit in pitch that we don't need. And this one is also drifting in pitch a little. We might have to adjust it a bit, but I don't think I want to adjust it completely because it's kind of nice, even though it's a little flat. We have both F sharp and F in this scale. So it kind of works having that sort of like in the middle between F sharp and F. Kind of works. This one though bends up to a G. And that G note is not in the scale. So maybe this will work if we set it to that.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That works.
Oh, we never meant to be.
But we could go the extra mile and kind of play around a little bit with these pitch modulations. So this one is nice. It starts on D sharp and then goes up to F sharp and then kind of uses some vibrato in a way to kind of go down here. It goes down to F and then goes back up to F sharp. So that's nice. Like we don't really have to do much here, I think.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Like this one still sounds a little weird.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It gets a little noisy there. You hear that as well. Pitch drift. No, that's not really gonna help us. So we could split it up into more notes here, probably. Double click here. That's what we get.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I mean, it's alright. Not too bad.
Oh, we never meant to be a friend. I knew.
Oh, that was not supposed to happen. Let's bring it a little bit flat because there's some pitch movement in it going up as well. So it's I wanted to kind of land on F sharp and then go back down.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I mean, that's pretty good. There's a couple of other tools we have though. We have the Foreman tool. That might work with the noisy part. See if that makes much of a change. We maybe bring it down a little.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Not really much, so let's just keep it at that. That is the amplitude. time tool is pretty nice. The attack speed tool can be pretty handy. We can kind of change the timing of this as well to make it even more of a variation on the first. I'm not sure if we're going to need that, but I'll show you quickly what that does. So if we take one of these handles, we can, for instance, say it kind of compresses this part, so you can kind of do this.
I'm so sorry.
And now the start of that second one is going to be different.
I'm so sorry.
It has a shorter I'm. The first part of I'm is shorter now. And it suddenly sounds a lot more like it's an actual separate take compared to like just a pitched version of the previous take. So there's definitely some cool things that we can do. Or we can make that slower, so it does a slower I'm.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Even though that one sounds a little janked. I like the shorter one.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Maybe even more.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's good. Let's see if we want to do which other part. I'm gonna go.
I'm so sorry. So.
And if we do one of these, it's actually changing both of those. So, see what we get there.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's very subtle. But hey, if it's subtle, let's just use it to kind of.
I'm so sorry.
Just a very tiny bit to kind of give it a little bit of a tiny different timing from the previous one. So it's really like a separate take almost. Yeah, I don't think we want to do this one, but I want to try out and see what it does so that we. Well, maybe it sounds cool.
I'm so sorry.
Actually,
I'm so sorry.
that might actually be pretty cool.
I'm so sorry.
That is really making it different from the previous one.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Cool. A little bit.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. Time handle, what is that? Oh, that's just moving them. Vibration, yeah. And I think you can also change the... Well, you, of course, like with this one, the pitch modulation. Let's say you like this vibrato, but you want it to be bigger. You can emphasize it, but obviously it's also going to change it for the other parts. So let's say I don't want to do that right now, but I might. You can, for instance, add like another point here, somewhere around here, so that you have just the vibrato part. Do something like that, and then I don't know, put another one right here, and then let's say you want to make the vibrato heavier. You can just take this one and do that, and now you get
I'm so sorry.
a much heavier vibrato, right?
I'm so sorry.
Or absolutely no vibrato, or the other way around.
I'm so sorry.
So you can really do some pretty crazy stuff with melodyne.
I'm so sorry.
Like you can literally take a single vocal phrase from a sample pack and just make yourself the different variations that you need for like different pitches and all of that, and just create different melody lines. You can adjust the timing of these, stretch them to make parts longer. I thought there was also a way to artificially add vibrato, if I'm correct. I'm not sure where that is, but I think there is a way to do that as well. So it's really powerful. And I actually think I like the version with a tiny bit heavier vibrato on that last one.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I think I like that with a bit heavier. So then we're gonna do this, and then do that, and then just crank this one up a little bit.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
125%.
I'm so sorry.
Pretty good. So now if we have the first one and then the second one, like, I'll even play them in solo. Let's see.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Like, yeah, it is the same take, but it already sounds pretty different just because of the pitch change, and also especially that change in, like, how quick the attack of the different parts of the words come in. That really changes how different it sounds from the previous take. Kind of want to try out making the first part a little bit longer here. So this part right here.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Might sound completely shit, but try this out. Do this. We can kind of make that longer a little bit.
I'm so sorry.
That sounds absolutely crap. What if we take the entire section? Just do a little bit.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Now you can really hear that effect of that other one as well. The, what is it? The attack speed tool.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
But honestly,
I'm so sorry.
that's just better, right? It's just the best option, I think. The only thing I do might want to change is the start of this one to be even lower pitched.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Or I might use that later. There.
Oh, we never met.
But okay, that's good.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I knew, I
We need some
know,
more
I'm
effects
so
on that as well, but
sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I knew, I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
okay. Let's see.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I knew, I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never. I'm so sorry. Oh, we. Oh,
Might have to do it on separate layers.
I'm so sorry. Oh, we never.
We'll definitely want to do some reverb versions of that vocal to kind of use, especially also in this section. So, I guess we're gonna make that one right now. Take a copy here. Or I mean, I can just freeze and flatten this one. I'm happy with how it sounds. The only thing that's happening on it... Oh, let me remove... Before we do that. The only thing that I've changed is that timing in the... on this one. So I can just freeze this. Looks like a Brethren intro. I don't really listen to a lot of his music, to be honest. His? Is it even a guy? I'm not even sure. If she's not, or maybe that is actually that is offensive now. Maybe he is a male and that's offensive. I don't know, man. No. But if it does, then yeah, I guess that's a good compliment. So thanks. I like where this one is going. The vocal is not completely right yet, but it's kind of giving us a better idea of what this sounds in its entirety. Because without the vocal, it's just super empty. Like, it's just gonna be... Like, when I hear that, I'm just tempted to add a lot of things. I'm just like, this needs more stuff. A lot more stuff. But when I hear it with a vocal, I'm like...
Oh, we're never meant to be a friends.
Some effects on the vocal, like some delay or something, but...
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I'm hearing maybe some layers on that pad coming in.
I'm so sorry.
Kind of building it up a bit, but other than that, I don't think it needs more.
Oh, we never meant to be.
Something sounds out of time, though.
Oh, we're never meant to be a friend.
Not sure what that was. I'm gonna really quickly take a piss break. I'll be back after that, and then we'll continue working on this. So I'll just let this thing play. So I'm back. Vocal was meant for this type of build-up. Yeah, I definitely like this vocal. This is the best one from all the ones that I found, honestly. So I might as well use it. But honestly, I also lately have been looking a little bit on, like, because I have more tracks that I think could be great with a vocal. I've been looking at Fiverr, and there's some pretty good people on Fiverr that have a... It's a really easy way of finding some people that can just... And yes, there's a lot of shitty people on it, but if you look around, there's like some well-reviewed people that aren't also that cheap. They're not like $5, if you get what I mean. But like, you can get some pretty... Like, I saw a couple of people, like I saw one girl or woman, and she's like almost like an Irish kind of singer, like a folk singer, but she did also do a bunch of stuff for people like electronic artists, and she has that sort of like that folkish kind of tone in her voice, right? With a little bit of an accent, of course, because she's from, I think, Ireland it was. Could have also been Scotland, but I'm not entirely sure. But stuff like that is just what I'm always looking for, you know? A vocal that has an interesting kind of sound to it. You can find some pop vocals and make that work, but everybody has that, right? You've heard so many tracks of that. I like it when tracks have a bit more of a vocal that has something... It could be the skill that they're using for their singing style. Like, if it's a little bit of an ethnic skill with some interesting intervals, that's great. But it can also just be the tone of the voice, right? The tone of the voice, or the style in how they sing, or the accent that they use. Those are really important things for a good vocal, in my opinion. And I've just been looking around a couple people already that I found through like Fiverr and other websites as well. That made me go, I wouldn't be too, you know, I would actually not mind spending like $500 on somebody like that if they actually do, like, they deliver all separate takes and all that kind of shit. I would actually be willing to pay for something like that. So yeah, I might actually use some of that later. Who knows, if my Patreon builds up. My Patreon has actually been growing in the last month. I saw a couple of people actually decided to do an annual an annual Patreon subscription, so thanks for that. Maybe if my Patreon goes up to, maybe if we get like, I don't know, I'm not sure what the current the current standing is of my Patreon at the moment, how much money there's in my Patreon account. But if I can get like, I don't know, maybe like $1,000 on my Patreon, maybe we can do like a little stream where we just go and or a little stream where we search for some people and get like some people to do some vocals. Take like I don't know, maybe do like an expensive versus a cheap one. And then have me make like, I don't know, 2 versions of the same track with 2 different vocals and have me make them fit the track and then see which one we like more. Something like that. But we would need like $1,000 or something so that we can have like, I don't know, maybe a cheap one, a mid-tier one, and then one of like 600 euros or something, or 500. That would be a pretty cool video. But I need to piss, so I'll be back in just a bit. But that was just a little idea I was having. I thought that could be a cool video. Everybody does those videos, and it seems that they actually do pretty well, so I might as well do one as well, right? If I need some vocals, might as well do that. Content, baby. Even though I'm not such a sucker for content, but hey, gotta play the game a little bit, right? But it would also be an interesting experiment. Would be nice to see. It kind of if we can, you know, find a cool vocal that way. Because I'm so done with searching for vocal samples, and I almost fucking spit over my keyboard. I'll be back in just a little bit. Give me a minute.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry. We never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
Then we're gonna have just I'm so pumped, bum, 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 bum. Then we're gonna go into the drop. That's gonna be sick.
Sorry. I'm so
Yeah, that's gonna work. Needs a little bit of work there because it doesn't it kind of ends a little bit weird here. But if we do a little bit of melodyne on this part to kind of make that I'm so a little bit shorter, so it maybe fits right in this gap instead of into 2 beats. So just make it like a very short, maybe 2 beats as well, but kind of make this end part, maybe even cut this off, honestly.
I'm so
There we go. That could totally work. Or maybe even a melodyne it, make it a different pitch. Take that one. That one sound like.
I'm so
Yeah, maybe take that one. I'm not sure. We'll see which one.
I'm so
Yeah, this vocal is not processed at all. I would definitely compress this a bit, because there's some peaks happening in here. So I would probably maybe just take the glue, honestly. Kind of like the glue.
Oh, we're never meant to be a friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be a friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
The only thing I don't like here is that little hiccup. This part. I don't really like that. Sure if Melodyne is gonna be able to get that out though, because that's a pretty defined kind of thing there. We could maybe fix it by taking a piece of this and kind of putting it here, and sort of like trying to MacGyver this one and take the end of this so that we still have that transition. That there, so that transition, but kind of mix it up with a part of here and kind of make that vibrato sort of like hopefully work. Oh yeah, that could also work a lot. I know. Take a little alto boy and using like an octave down. That's a pretty cool effect. I use it quite often on vocals. Pretty good. I agree. Especially on for like taking, but also just taking a copy of the same vocal and just pitching it with a complex warping mode so that you have control over the formants. It's also a pretty good way of doing it. But yeah, it can be pretty nice of taking like one that's just like an octave down, give it a bit of drive, and then do that. Create like.
I'm so sorry.
Pretty cool.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Or just like that.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I do like that. I do like that a lot. Most of the time I'll use it like on the one that's right in front of the drop. This one is very short though, there's not much there, but like having one there, that adds like an octave down layer underneath it. That usually gives like a little bit of extra grit to that one that is right in front of the drop. Which kind of works. So... Oh yeah, I tend to do that often as well. Just have like a bunch of different tracks and then just, you know, yeah, mute parts and turn other parts on that I like. I agree. Sometimes even have like a separate track with like some crazy stuff like Portal or something. You know, some weird shit. But I do like that last thing, so I would just take this. And honestly, I would just put like this one at 100% wet, just like you say as well. And then just duplicating the channel. And then just having this one be without the little altar boy. And then this one with. That you can just literally take this all and just take it all away. And when we need another part with it, we can just grab it from the track above and just bring it down. So now all of these are still clean.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Then you're gonna get that extra one right there, and that one is a little bit louder because of the drive, so we're gonna bring it down. And we can even say, let's try this out. Let's see what happens. Complex Pro, -12. It can also be fun.
Sorry. I'm so
Like sometimes even taking 2 tracks, right? Having like one with that octave down, one just at the regular octave, then that one. -12, and that one is -24. I would probably even normally do it with a pitch shifter or something so that you can literally just drag the audio down, but just remember these ones are brought down an octave. Yo, later, harsh bass. Yeah, have a good time working, exactly. Let's see. I was thinking about something else, a choir thing. Also, what can I add in this intro part? That's a big question. Because I do want to have a little section here where we start before the vocal comes in. Because I don't want to start the tracks like this. I don't want to start the track like this.
Oh, we're not meant to be.
Like, maybe if you're gonna make a short cut of it, but no. I want to have a section here, which is without the vocal, 16 bars, and then we're gonna go into the part with the vocal. The entire intro is long, I have to agree. 80 bars, 1 minute 51 seconds, but I'm also thinking of making a single drop in this track, so only having one drop. Gentle chant in the first part? Not sure if I have that, but we can. Oriental calls in the Halo theme song during the rock part. Whoa, that's very specific, and I don't have that theme in front of me, but send it to me on Discord. I might check it out after the stream. If I like it, then I might try it out. Make the song like 8 minutes. Well, maybe I feel like it at some point. Maybe if I get to the end of the drop, I'm like, actually. And I'll just end up making a second one, but for now I'm thinking a single drop. Well, who knows? Like, we could also fill this first section up with some Portal stuff, right? Take some of the sounds in the track and use some Portal on it to get some weird effect sounds out of it that sound like the sounds that come in later, and just sprinkle those in.
Oh, we're not meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Right here we probably want to have some delays on the vocal.
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry.
But that quiet thing I'm thinking about.
Sorry.
I'm hearing it here in the background, so like where can we find a good choir? What should we try? Omnisphere? Sonic's Omnisphere. But yeah, I've been thinking very heavily about what is the type of drum bass that I want to make. And at the start of this year, which by the way is almost over, and I was going to say that this was going to be my project for this year, which didn't happen because of the whole situation in the world being absolutely shit. But I came back to it a couple of weeks ago, a couple of months ago. I guess 2 months ago or something, when I got started with the idea of organizing all my samples and all of that. And I started with organizing my project files. And I heard that project again, the project that we did literally on, I think it was New Year's Eve of last year. And I was like, you know what? I really like the sound of that, and I really like that idea, which is making drum and bass, but quite cinematic, if you get what I mean. And then I kind of started that project, and I didn't finish it. I just never came back to it. But when I heard it again, I was like, actually, I really like that. So I kind of wanted to, yeah, I guess work on a couple of tracks in that sound and get an EP going with that. Because that's honestly the real type of drum bass that I love the most. And I'm kind of done with trying to sound like X artist or sound like that artist, if you get what I mean. As much as I like figuring out how other artists do their stuff, because it helps me making videos about that and showing that to other people, I need to focus on what I want to make. Yeah, it was mostly inspired by the back. I still remember very clearly why I was inspired to make that very cinematic thing. It wasn't even drum and bass at that point. It was just a 6-minute cinematic thing that we made. That sounded very dystopian almost, which is not necessarily what this sounds like, but that's where the idea kind of stems from. And it was all coming from that I was reading the manga Blame, or Blame, however you want to pronounce it. And I was so inspired by the visuals of that, the artwork, and I was like, whoa, that looks really cool, and I want to make something very cinematic that sounds like that. And the one thing that got me into drum and bass earlier on was also the very long cinematic intros that you would hear a lot back in the day, with like the sampled movie vocals and stuff like that, and just the almost like film trailer-ish kind of intros that some people would have, right? And that's always what I loved about drum and bass. And over the years, intros got super short, right? Now it's almost a standard to have 32 bars of intro, and that's it. Maybe sometimes 64 or 48, but more often than not, it's just 32, because that's what people do, right? People make dance floor music. But this whole situation in the world right now as well has got me thinking about that. Do I want to make that in a situation where a lot of people are listening to music at home, right? And honestly, a track with a long intro can just as well be played on a show. If the track can be started, let's say at the start of the build, and be just fine to be mixed into a set, why not? You know, like, I kind of want to see people bring the very long intros back and setting a nice vibe. And there's some people doing it, of course, don't get me wrong, but overall, drum and bass has been going a little bit into the trying to fit everything into a 3.5-minute track kind of deal, right? Which is not really what I enjoy. At home, you just want to get to the core idea as fast as possible. No, I mean, like, I feel like these days, especially now, you can hear it as well. Like, there's more and more people starting to put out tracks now that aren't necessarily the heaviest dance floor bangers, but are more also tracks that people can actually listen to and enjoy at home, you know, and not necessarily have to be on a dance floor for. Like, even though it's drum and bass, it's still kind of, you know, like, it has something more than just a heavy drop, right? There's something musical to it, or there's something else to it that makes it enjoyable when you're not at a show, right? Like for instance, I guess the best example of the sub-genre of drum and bass that to me is something I would never be able to listen to at home and actually really enjoy it is jump up drum and bass. Because to me, that style drum and bass is really one that mostly just works live. And when I'm at home, I wouldn't ever listen to it because it just doesn't really pleasure me at home. Whereas in a show, it has its time and place. I wouldn't want to hear a whole evening of jump up, but you know, if it's mixed into a set well, it can totally work and it can totally hype up the set and actually make it better. But it's not something I would enjoy listening to at home. So but yeah, there's definitely plenty of people that make tracks that are quite nice, that actually still do it. But there is a lot of drum and bass these days where it's just like especially with the heavier drum and bass, it's quite often these days that you'll see like a 32 bar intro and then just go into especially the more minimalistic drum and bass tracks. Even though I think those lend themselves really well of setting a vibe with atmosphere because they are already a little bit more atmospheric. So you have a lot more of that space already to kind of do it. But with minimalistic drum and bass, minimalistic deeper drum and bass, for instance, like the deeper neuro stuff, or like the, well, whatever you want to call it, a lot of the times it's just a 32 bar intro these days, which is like what, 30 seconds in drum at 172? This is 16, this is 32. 44 seconds, yeah, of course, 44 seconds, like almost 45. That's a short intro. It does depend on the context, though. Like, if your track is more like just a simple stepper kind of track, then I get it. But you can still probably, if it's like a very deep and dark track, you can get away with setting like a really tense atmosphere for like a, I don't know, a minute and a half. Sure, why not? I think most songs right nowadays is pretty much a sin if the intro is longer than 10 seconds. What are you writing? Well, I mean, you're writing for some a VTuber girl group. Ah, okay. Well, I know some Japanese rock bands that would literally just have like, yeah, what you say, like literally just a motif for like a motif, drum fill, bam, go into the track, you know, into the chorus, even just straight into the first chorus. It's just like, yeah, why not? If it fits the music, it fits the music, right? But for this type of stuff that I'm thinking about, I definitely want to take my time. And I actually think if I'm going to do an EP with this type of drum and bass, which I am definitely planning, there's even going to be a full, almost atmospheric intro track to the EP, and maybe even an outro track as well, which is not even going to be drum and bass. It's just going to be almost cinematic atmosphere soundtrack stuff, right? That's what I enjoy, mixing that with drum and bass. It's mostly K-pop style stuff. Old Linkin Park does it too. Yeah, true, I know. Old Linkin Park stuff, I used to enjoy that a lot, actually, when I was younger. I still have one of the old remix CDs that they did.
We're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so
You'd still have it somewhere here.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I actually found it. The Reanimation remix CD. Completely yellow and discolored at this point. But I still have it.
I know, I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, and this was sick because you could actually put it into your computer and had like extra bonus multimedia content. love it
so
though. It's pretty cool.
sorry.
Not sure how I got this, to be honest, but
I'm so sorry.
I remember there was some pretty cool tracks on it. Some pretty cool
I'm
remixes.
so
I've had this for so long. I still remember playing this on my Discman back in the day. I wonder if the CD is actually still looking good. That could actually be... that doesn't look that good. It's used a lot. Let's just keep it at that. I would be amazed if that actually still plays. But let's just say there's a good amount of scratches on it. Okay, we need choir.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
I have such a diverse music taste. Like, that's not even like I'm a fucking sponge when it comes to music, honestly. Like, if it's produced well, I can enjoy it. Basically, it doesn't matter which genre it is. If it's produced well, I can enjoy it. If it's interesting to listen to and there's enough ear candy to keep me interested, I can listen to it, whatever the genre is. Unless it's a genre that I really despise, like, I don't know, Dutch folk music or Dutch, well, not maybe folk music, Dutch carnival music, that kind of bullshit. Holy shit. Well, Dutch folk music as well, like the actual traditional Dutch type of, well, not traditional kind of stuff that almost every Dutch singer makes. It's absolutely cringe, but there are not really much genres that I really cannot listen to. And I know so much music as well. That's not really, I know not a lot by name, but I know a lot of different types of music that I enjoy. Like, exactly, like I can listen to jazz kind of shit. Sometimes I listen to music that's not even in a language that I speak, but for some reason the type of music just sounds super interesting. You know, like certain ethnic types of music. Like, I can listen to like traditional singers from the Middle East or something, because some of that music is absolutely beautiful. It's just like, I don't have a clue what they're saying, but you can just hear the emotion in it, and the music itself is beautiful, but I can still enjoy it. Apres-ski music, yeah, that's pretty horrible. I need to have drank like at least a whole, I don't know, bucket of beer. That to work. That's not really my thing.
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Come on, shit. dynamics attached to it, but we can try. Not sure if these have it. Mod wheel controls the attack and release time for legato and slower articulations. And also I can also take contact vocals. That one has like the velocity stuff, of course. Well, we have to try one patch, of course, before we do anything. Know it.
Story. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so
I do
sorry.
love this patch always.
Sorry.
A bit of reverb.
Oh, we never meant.
Good work. Kind of thinking about what that could do, but that could work. Because we are playing. No, we're going to B here. F sharp is the perfect fifth above B. That works. But then this would be that. stick with the Dutch folk lady. Yeah, I'll probably try out some contact stuff. It needs to be a very subtle choir. This one is way too in your face. Maybe if we decrease the velocity of these notes. I think it's just getting quieter. Probably a different one is gonna be better. I need to fucking... Just hear this again, sorry. Back in just a little bit. How late is it? 11:12. Okay. I'll be back in just a little bit. I really need to piss very heavily right now, so pardon me. See you in just a little bit.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, we're never meant to be
Focus growing on me a lot as well. That's a good sign.
I know, I'm so sorry. I'm
I'll do that extra layer later. I can remember that. I'll do that later.
I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, do we need to do a little resample with this one? Because that one definitely works, has some really interesting things in it. Try just setting this to 50, so half of the grains are going to go forward, the other ones are going to go backwards. Try it out. I'll mute the vocal. And let's leave the ARP. Granular vocal, where you at? There. We'll loop this section. I'll actually let this go because this also works. That works really good, actually. Sweep through some of these parts, especially this one here. Could be nice in maybe the intro or some sections where this is not playing. Got a couple of places. This one sounds nice too. This one now basically a long clip like that. I want to do another version where I nice some of these randomizers, so we can set random 1 and we can that, so now it's just starting at random positions. I'm gonna do the scrolling for us, and we can say sample and hold, so it's gonna do it on every time it triggers a note, I think. then we can try giving, well, maybe even do that. That, and then we also need an start position. Very subtly. One. Down quite a bit. Yeah, that's not really helping much, isn't it? The other one was pretty good, I think. The other one was pretty good. We can maybe have this LFO so it's actually sort of like moving already a little bit. And then use... So now we don't get anything that stands still. It's always sort of like moving a little bit, which might be... So let's just do one more, just for good measure. And we have two bits that we can choose from. Pitch correct the vocal into Pigments. The vocal was already in the key of C minor, so I didn't really have to do much. The vocal sample that I threw into Pigments was basically just already in C, and Pigments automatically defaults to C like most samplers would do. If the vocal sample is different though, you can just easily change that in Pigments. It's not too difficult. There's basically just you've got the edit panel here, and there you can just change the root note. So the sample is in the key of C minor, but I'm playing a pattern that's in the key of D sharp minor. So should I have done it without the reverb on it, or is there reverb on it? Sounds like there is. Reverb on this one. Probably do it without the reverb so I can add the reverb after it, because now I'm gonna chop it up and then add more reverb on top of the already reverbed sound. I mean, I can try it out. Always do that later. Thought there were a couple of sections here in this one that sounded pretty good for the first section of the track. Like, if we really want to get weird, put a portal on this. Put a portal on this. And, I don't know. Breakdown of your drums. Right now the drums are this. But it's literally just, I actually did a full stream about it. It's called Making Breaks or something like that, Making Drum and Bass Breaks. It's 2 streams ago where I made the entire drums on stream. But yeah, it's just a usual thing. Synth size kick with serum, a bit of a noise hit, and sidechained kick from Addictive Drums, which is actually muted, so it's not being used. There, same kind of thing. We have serum snare, then we've got drum snare, but of these. Oh, why not playing? Probably. And there's another one for Ghost Nest, but that one is turned off at the moment. But it's all coming from Addictive Drums, basically. And I have everything stemmed out to different MIDI tracks that are all controlling. They all have their own instance of Addictive Drums now, but I made it all in the same instance of Addictive Drums, and then I just copied it over to a couple of different tracks, so I can have them all separate. I still want to probably change and work on the drums when I have the bass. I think the right needs to be tuned. but that's something I can do later. All the different layers basically with that. Yeah, the heads, I really like that head pattern. Pretty nice head pattern. But that's the drums right now, but we don't have a drop yet, so that's probably what I'll work on tomorrow on stream. But yeah, you can go back to that stream and you can see how I made everything. I literally spent 6 or what was it, 5 hours making drums, just synthesizing drums, building an entire custom kit in Addictive Drums during that stream that I can then use later. By now I have saved a whole bunch of different versions of that kit, so I can just load up a kit if I'm working on a track and I don't have to spend hours making drums. I can just load up a nice kit, have a good starting point, load up a nice synthesized kick to layer it with, and get started. So we'll stream tomorrow around the same time, yeah. 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. One of these sections, like this section, is already pretty good. That could fit here. Yeah, of course, but that's just because the buffer size is up. That's because the buffer size is up, and I'm also not using the ASIO driver inside of Ableton. I'm using one of the voice meter drivers. I'm looking into upgrading my audio interface. Currently looking into which one I want. I'm kind of leaning towards the Moto M4, but I've seen a couple of people say that there's not good drivers for it. Although I also, when I look up reviews, I see nothing but good reviews basically. So I'm not entirely sure on that one. Look wise and like what I need, that is like the best one for like a great option. I just need a good interface that has drivers that are good enough for streaming that I can just use the ASIO basically. I know it's possible. you just need an ASIO driver that is what did they call it again? Multi-channel ASIO driver, something like that. SL2 Plus is a nice choice. Yeah, SSL2 Plus, what is it? That one is just not gonna fit nice in my studio though, or in my space. I need one that has the buttons on the front, just like what my Focusrite has currently, because my my audio interface is sort of like put into the sort of like that space behind underneath my monitor stand, sort of like in between my screen and my monitors and my desk, if you get what I mean. So like that little space underneath your screen itself. That's where my audio interface is, but there's not much space to squeeze my hand in between if there's like controls on the top of the audio interface. So as much as that's not gonna be one that's the same reason why I'm not interested in the Audient one, because that one has the same problem. Yamaha AG06. Just double-sided duct tape it under the desk. Dude, I literally just duct taped up my old chair because it was falling apart. I was literally waiting for the delivery man today to bring me my new chair. I was like earlier this week. I was like I came home and I was like super tired. I just came home from a bike ride. And I plopped down in my chair and I don't know. There was I guess there was already a small little hole on one of the seams of the leather chair, and I just stick my toe in or something, because I was kind of sitting down like on my leg, and I just completely ripped open the entire seating cushion. It was just like I was just looking straight towards the foam. I was just like, oh, nice. Exactly, right before Christmas. That's gonna be fun. So I taped it up with like some duct tape, which made it work again. But I had to get a new one, and this one it's really nice. Honestly, I should have done it way sooner. I now know how nice it is to actually have like some support behind my neck as well, because the old one, if I would lean back, my neck would kind of like it would just reach sort of like just to the bottom of my neck, if you get what I mean. So if you lean back, your neck would sort of like rest on the top of the backrest, which is a little bit annoying, especially for long sessions. So this is definitely an improvement. Have like the extra little cushion. That's nice. Already approve of it, to be honest. If I want to watch a movie, whoop. Ew. That's sick. I love it. Perfect. Can it do this? No, I was just looking for a good one. I know I could have gotten like I don't know, some other type one, but there's so many of those gaming chairs which just look absolutely horrible with the neon green colors and all that kind of shit, which I don't want. I also didn't want to have another fake leather chair, because I will have the same thing as what I had with my old one, where the leather just kind of starts peeling off, especially at the part where your legs or where your knee, so at the inside of your knee part, basically at where you're sitting on, at like the edge of it. After a little while, that fake leather just starts cracking, right, and then it just starts falling off at some point. So I didn't want a fake leather chair either. So yeah, I saw the Corsair, what is it, the T3 Rush, if I'm correct. I was like, yeah, it was on sale as well on one of the local stores. So I was like, yeah, sure, why not? I mean, it was already pretty good of an upgrade, because my old chair was literally falling apart. I unscrewed it, And you know, right? You have the that bottom part, which is sort of like attached with that bottom. What is it called? That bracket that is attached to the seating area of at the under part, and then connected to the gas cylinder, whatever that thing is called. It's connected with 4 screws, right? So I took it off, and I had basically I just put the old chair on its back and just on its side like that. I was just taking it off. And I take off 3 of the screws, and literally when I took off the third one, the entire thing just snapped. So I don't know how close I was for my chair to just completely snapping and me just falling on stream, but you know, actually that could have been really good content. Now I think about it. But I was just unscrewing the thing, and it was still attached with 1 screw, and just the entire metal bracket just completely snapped. I was like, oh well, that's 1 less screw to take care of. But yeah, it was a good thing. I still need to get some other gear as well. I need to upgrade my MIDI controller, my audio interface, and my monitor speakers I want to upgrade. So that's the next thing. And then, of course, the mic. I want to upgrade this thing here as well. I want to get rid of this stupid end that is always on my desk when I'm streaming, because it's really annoying, because I can't have my hand here at all. I can't put my drink there. So it's annoying. So I'm thinking of getting the Shure SM7B, and then taking one of those Rode mic arms, and just putting that on my desk here at the back. Just having it come from the top, that would be so much better. I have all the space on my desk for free, and I can put like my little MIDI fighter here on the left side, which would be so much better. Because the MIDI fighter still is again stored away now, because I don't have any space for it, because I always have that that mic stand here. So yeah, there's a whole bunch more gear coming. Just need to make some money. This shit is sick, thanks. I haven't played it for a little bit, but maybe you're behind in the stream. Oh well, but then you're not gonna hear this either. That I just said that. Well, somebody tell him in the chat. Maybe you're behind. But we need to put some parts of that vocal in somewhere. Take it without the portal. Like, I think some of these parts here can work in the intro section, so we just take here, for instance. And then just put like a shitload of effects on it, of course. Delays and all of that kind of stuff. Like, that's a good part. That could fit somewhere there, maybe. Audient Evo 8. Audient Evo. That's again on the top. Okay, you just put that thing. Oh, that's again on the top. It's not gonna work. See this? This, like that. It's not gonna work. Like, same with that one. It has the controls on the top of the thing, and I can see it here as well, see? It has the big volume knob on the top of the MIDI controller. And that's, or on the top of the audio interface, and that's not gonna work. I need something like this. I need something that has it like this. Okay, where just all the controls are on the front and all the attachment, other inputs are at the back and the outputs. Because I only have like a small amount of space underneath my actual monitor that I'm looking at, and the MIDI controller needs to, or why do I keep saying MIDI controller? The audio interface needs to be positioned in that space. because that's the most optimum space for me to put my audio interface right now in this room, with the limited amount of desk space that I have. So it needs to have at least the big volume dial needs to be at the front, because I'm going to be using that quite often. Same with the headphone dial. The mic volumes and such, I don't necessarily care too much about, because it's mostly just set and forget about it for me. But the other ones I definitely need to have at the front. Because if I'm going to have them at the top of the interface, I need to squeeze my hand in between, well, what is that? Maybe 3 centimeters of space. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. Okay, let's add some effects to that. Let's do a little delay. Presets for that one, or just one? That could be repeated. That's also pretty cool. Like if we take... separate tracks as well. Take all of these. Probably gonna fade these in over time, so that they come in more gradually. But this one is kind of cool. So now we're gonna have something here, and we need to have some more stuff happening in this section, but I'm really not sure what. Well, maybe that one needs to come in later. Just like on the start of this section.
to be a friend. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Probably chop it up a little bit as well.
I'm so sorry.
Some other variations going.
Oh.
Maybe make it come in later. I don't know. Make it come in there. Needs more high frequencies, and this entire thing here needs to be controlled so that we have a bit more space for this thing. I kind of want to replace this one with, yeah, almost like a Prophet kind of sound, if you get what I mean. Don't have a Prophet though. Ah, damn. Demo. Didn't Omnisphere have some Prophet sounds? The vocals just from a sample pack. I wish I had a real Prophet. That would be so sick. Those things are expensive, man. Jesus, Omnisphere. I know the project is getting a bit big, but we mostly just have an intro. Come on. Search for Prophet. Decus is a lot. Oh, we do have a lot of Prophet 6 here. See if we can find something in there. Like the sound of the Prophet 6. Need some kind of like a synth sound, almost like a plucky synth sound, but we can adjust the patch always, so. This video is just so fucking slow. Does that every now and then. Just loading a patch is just Okay, now it's even so slow. Sluggish and slow, it's not good. Luck. And that, I don't get that. Why is it doing that? It's so annoying. I should get the Arturia one, because that one is basically just a digital emulation of a Prophet. And it sounds pretty good. I tried it out and it sounds pretty good. So I should just get that one. Because this is absolutely unusable. Okay.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
That's pretty dope. I do kind of like it.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know.
Like, that's gonna be what we need, mostly. We need that.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to. Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. 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 so sorry. I'm so.
We need a good bass. We need a good bass, but the intro is getting somewhere. Just need some more stuff in the intro here. We can take bits of that granular vocal maybe. I'll have to do some more resampling and processing with that. I'm gonna have some delays on the vocal as well though.
Oh, we're never meant to be of friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be
420.
friends.
Let's go. And then we need to do that. Give it a bit.
Oh, we're never meant to be.
One.
Meant to be a friend. Meant to be a friend.
Here.
A friends. Meant to be a friends. I know.
Try.
Meant to
-1.
meant to be a friends. I know, I'm so meant to be a friends. I
Do like that. It's kind of cool. It does become a little out of tune, but it can be pretty nice.
we're never meant to be a friends. I know, I'm so. Oh, we're never meant to be a friends. I know, I'm so. Oh, we're never meant to be a friends. Friends. A friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. 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 So sorry.
That's weird. We also have the ghost mode, which is doing the same thing but with a pitch shifter. So you get like
So sorry. So sorry.
oh, you get this.
Be a friend. I knew.
Pretty cool too.
Be a friend. I know, I'm so be a friend. I knew, be a friend. I knew, be a friend. Be a friend. I knew, I know, I'm so be a friend. Be a friend. I knew. Be a friend. I knew.
That's weird.
Be a friend. I knew. I know. Be a friend. I knew. I know. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Sorry. friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be a friends. A friends. I know, I'm so. I know, I'm so sorry.
Where are we gonna do it? Here?
I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Slowly taking shape.
Sorry. Sorry. Sorry.
Yo, Eugene, welcome.
We never meant to be. Be a friend. Be a friends. I a friends. I know, I'm so I'm so I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
But probably.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, it is the wave candy
I'm so
plugin.
sorry. Sorry. I'm so
Yeah, that's gonna work. Let's save because I haven't saved in a while. Okay, so that's nice. And we still need some extra stuff here. I'm not entirely sure what, but I'll figure that out. Probably gonna be some textural kind of thing. Some extra... I don't know. Something weird like that. And a reverb tail.
oh, we're never meant to be a friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So, reverb tail. We're gonna make that one right now. Because I know exactly what we need for that. What we need is...
Oh, we're never meant to be.
Take this section. Over here. And let's reverse that. Let's grab ourselves a reverb. Grab for Hello Room. Crank that up. that up so that, oh no, that doesn't matter too much. Crank this. Gonna get just a regular amount of high frequencies. Get like no filtering on it. We can play around with this, but honestly, and then we get that. So freeze that. That on a new audio track, not on the same one. That, reverse it again. Here. Then I will leave this in here because I might want to make more variations later that I want to use. Freeze that. Let's just turn that reverb off for now, so it's not doing anything. It's off, so it's really not doing anything. Now we will have that reverb tail coming in. We can see. I'm gonna use that part as well.
Oh, whenever.
But honestly, maybe even just cutting it short would be good.
Oh, we're never meant to be.
And you can even put like another reverb on it now. Take like another reverb, put that on like something like this. Maybe 6-7 seconds, something like that. Well, like you get a little bit of a tail extending into the next section, but not completely like fully wet. Maybe this might even be too much. Just you just get a little bit of that, and I would probably also EQ this. Get rid of some of that. You get some nice sort of like extra tail on it again now. Not too much, but it's just gonna help sort of like transition a bit better.
Oh, we're never meant to be a friend. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I probably want to make a new one for this.
I'm so sorry.
And I might want to make a different one for this, because I feel like it starts a little bit strange. I'm not sure what pitch this is. Like, I would probably have to figure out what the pitches of all of these sections are, so that I can kind of see where it's playing a D sharp. And then take a section in D sharp, because this section is playing D sharp. We need some, yeah, I don't know, some extra effects here or something. Some extra weird kind of resampled versions of sounds in the track. But I can do that last, you know. Don't have to do that now.
Oh, we're never meant to be a friend.
A little bit loud, maybe.
I know.
Just
Oh, we're never meant to be a friend. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be a friend. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry. a friend. I knew, I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be a friend. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry, sorry.
Yeah, let's do that actually. So let's take this section.
Oh, we never meant to be.
Yo, Kinetic Stringwell, welcome. I might only need this section, honestly. Just the first section. That. Let's reverse this bad boy. Right here. Let's turn the reverb back on. Freeze this again. As it's past midnight right now here, so I'm not gonna stream for that much longer, but I want to do a little bit more work, and tomorrow I want to work on the drop of this track. So we made a good amount of ground on the intro today. We just need to kind of make the build a little bit better, but I'm probably gonna work on it tomorrow in the afternoon a little bit as well, which will not be on stream. But then you guys will see in the stream tomorrow what we've changed. So here we have this reverb thing. Let's get rid of that one. Let's chuck this one down here. And that off. Reverse that. That here. Oh, come on. Turn this back off. Oh, I turned the wrong thing off. Maybe even take that last vocal thing out again here. Intro, but I love it. It's just gonna be almost 2 minutes of intro, but it's kind of nice. 1 minute 51, and then we're gonna go into a drop. But yeah, you have to imagine this drop. We're gonna have some harmony on top of it, so this is just a lead thingy. Playing a D sharp, it's just a sol on D sharp, but that creates a really interesting harmony with the bass. And the drums need a lot of work. They're just very roughly sketched out in terms of the pattern, but have like, and we're gonna have more things coming in, and it's gonna be, the bass is gonna be built up out of a couple of layers, I think. We're gonna have a sub layer, we're gonna have a mid layer, then we need a layer that's more for like the wide stuff. And I'm thinking about what I might try. I've been thinking about trying to do something where we have a very sustained bass in the center of the mix, so that when the bass is summed to mono, it's almost like just a sustained, very powerful bass. But then in the sides, have the bass be more rhythmic, so that when you hear it in stereo, you kind of have a little bit of a rhythmic thing to the bass, even though when it sums to mono, you don't really hear it as much. You probably still will hear it a bit, but not as much. Could be cool. Even though that some might actually fuck up how the track sounds in a live setting. Just have to make sure that the mono sounds interesting enough for it to work without it. But that's something that we're going to work on tomorrow. Let's see what we can do today. Need to do something now.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The vocal has really grown on me during the stream, so that's really nice.
I'm so sorry.
It's so good compared to all the other ones that we had.
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Really quiet, but don't worry. All we have to do is some mod wheel. That. This one. And then we need to gain this a little bit as well, because this patch, it's flautando strings, which are really quietly played strings. But they sound beautiful when you just boost that up to like, I don't know, 10 decibels up or something like that. You suddenly get really beautiful sound, maybe even more. 20. Sounds really nice, and then put some reverb on that. Grab a hell of a room. Don't hear it that well because the ARP is so loud. be with something underneath it then.
Sorry, sorry, sorry.
I like the sound of those strings though, they're really beautiful. Just did that so that I have the automation here with the MIDI. So that now we can...
Oh, oh, we're never meant to be but friends. I know, I'm so
That's so nice.
sorry. I'm so
F sharp?
sorry. I'm so sorry.
That?
Oh, we're never meant to be but friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be a friends. I know, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Like I might even not use the entire vocal, honestly, but vocal's great, yeah. It works now after a little bit of work. It's just from a sample pack, honestly. Literally just from a sample pack, but it just works. And I had to do a little bit of work on it to make it work. Because this extra little bit here, this one doesn't exist in the sample.
I'm so sorry.
That one doesn't exist. Like it's literally just this one.
I'm so sorry.
But then used melodyne to pitch it around and create a different variation.
I'm so sorry.
And even the timing is slightly different from the words. So you can let's actually see. We should be able to see that now. If I put this one right here, because technically it's the same sample. Yeah, see? This part has gotten longer, see? And this part has gotten slightly shorter than in this one. So it kind of feels like it's almost a different take. And same thing is happening here again. So the vibrato is also slightly different, which is nice. It just makes it almost sound like it's a different take, even though it's the same vocal recording. But yeah, it's just from a sample pack. What was it called? Elheim? So something? Yeah, I froze it, so I'm not sure what it's called. It's called Elheim ASMR Vocals or something like that. Elheim Studio or Elheim Records. I don't know, something like that. Elheim. I don't know how you want to pronounce it. It was ALHYM. And then it was called ASMR Vocals or something like that. It was one of the few in the pack that were actually nice, so.
Oh, we're not meant to be but
Oh,
friends.
fuck, that's the one with the reverb.
I
need to keep that
I
one.
know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I know what we need here. I know what we need here. Oh wait, I can just copy the contact that I have here, so that we have the same reverb on it. Just need to load up a different instrument. Brass. Like, I really want to make my upcoming tracks that I've been thinking about. This EP that I had in mind. I had this in mind earlier in this year, literally at the start of this year, and then I completely forgot about it after like a little bit. But now we're coming back to it, and I want that to sound cinematic. It needs to have a cinematic sound to it, even though it's still drum and bass, and it's still heavy drum and bass. It's gonna have a pretty cinematic sound to it. I'm not sure if this drop is going to have that, but there is definitely going to be tracks where maybe if I'm going to have like a little bit of a deeper track, where there's actually going to be like maybe some solo legato strings on like a Reese or something like that. So like layered on top of it in like maybe a B section of a drop. And that could be really cool. It's kind of how you mix rock vocals with the multiple takes and blend the harmony underneath the main vocal. Yeah, true, but well, that's something different than we were talking about. But yeah, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I can even make I can make harmonies from this vocal if I want, actually. That's not that difficult. You don't even need melodyne. Just take a little altar boy and shift it up a bit. Make a couple of different versions. Stack them. Harmony stack pretty quickly. What kind of ones do we need? If this is the right one. Have hollow. What does that sound like? Does it have like a really nice... Doesn't go that low, this one. Might want to grab a different brass. I'll grab oh, it's actually still open. I'll just grab the ensemble. We don't really need the separate ones. We just need like a single brass bit coming in here. Just for like one moment. Just to emphasize that last section. Sustain, it's probably good. I'll just do it with the sustain. Just use the dynamics here. So what I need, yeah, I'll actually remove these. What I need is somewhere here.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Right there. Maybe even earlier. Let's just do a clip of this long. So we need
I'm so sorry.
probably on D sharp, because that's the pitch that string is doing as well. The mod wheel automation real quick.
I'm so sorry.
Needs to be lower as well.
I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Not really liking the sound of this one. Maybe. us to... No, we need something else. What is it that we need? Some horns or something, but just some nice horns, not... These sound too... Well, these are trombones. They're too massive sounding, if you get what I mean. We need some more subtle horns. Didn't I have... Decent horn? That one. That one is more subtle, I think. It sounds too big, you know? It's good for things that need to have that big brass sound. That's why that library is really good for. I love it. It's just a... What is it? Well, it's from Sound Iron, but it was licensed by Native Instruments. But the we call it the one that we need is... It needs to be more subtle. If I want to, I can probably use the channel volume, fade it in.
I'm so sorry.
Yes. And then maybe, should we do... Hey, isn't this one legato? Oh yeah. Should we do... It's not a nice legato, sadly. No, it's not a nice one, sadly. It's not like a nice string library legato. But this is good. Yeah, that's good. That works. Play E, G, long D. That's not in the scale. But if you want so badly... that was a fucking anticlimax. Let me turn this one off for now. Was it E? What did you say? That? That's even more beautiful. Not in the scale though. A really nice patch. I really like the sound of it.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, now the volume is down because there's volume automation happening in here. It's a really nice patch. Would almost want to use it a bit more throughout. E, 1 bar G, and 1 bar G sharp. What? Oh, D sharp. I do like the sound of that patch, though. I would definitely like to use it a bit more. Let's just duplicate this for now. Remove this one. So... Oh, I'm not. It was a little bit glitchy, but... Now it's loud.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that part was really nice, by the way. This part here was really nice.
Sorry.
This
I'm
part.
so sorry.
Spicy. I
I'm
like
so
that.
sorry.
Definitely need to keep that there.
Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. 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 Oh, we never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so
Damn.
sorry.
Sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
Now I fucked it up. There was some really nice stuff in there, so... Take that. Just that last one was a bit screwed up. What's that? D sharp. That one. we don't need that, but... Oh yeah, I'll definitely have these vocals stuck in my head. Most likely.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's so good. I love that, how that comes in.
I'm so sorry. Oh, we never meant to be friends. I knew,
Clashing here,
I'm
but we can
so
fix
sorry.
that.
Sorry.
Mostly the bass that's clashing with the horns. And here needs to grow, get bigger. Layer that up. Have some synths coming in and playing the same notes as the horns. Maybe even a slight filtered drum break that goes away again here.
I know, I'm so sorry.
And this probably needs to filter out as well. Let's have a little look. What are these horns looking like on an EQ? That's a really resonant peak there. Might
We never meant to be friends. I know, I'm so
That's clashing.
sorry.
You mean that vocal bit? That was done with Pigments. This. That's a resampled version of Pigments. Actually, it's coming from this one. Wait, was that one still on this entire time?
Oh,
Oh, but it's not doing anything because it's probably in a section where there's nothing. Yeah. But it's coming from this one. I just did that. And I just resampled a long version of that. And that's just the same vocal as the one that you have in the track here. So that's just the same vocal sample just put into Pigments to create those sections. And I have the resampled version here. So you can hear, it's just... There's a delay on it as well. Some really nice sections in those transitions. Like this one here. That's good. We need to use that. Let me... That, so I... No. Yo, use that. And this is just a sample pack. Like I said, it's coming from a sample pack. It was called... Oh, here it is. Elheim Records Brightness ASMR and Pop Vocal Volume 4. That's called. Switch it to Progressive Reese here. Yeah, we're gonna make the bass tomorrow. That's one thing that's for sure. Tomorrow we will get to the drop and the bass and making the drums good for the drop, because we can only do that when the bass is there. The drums need to have a lot of work. They're still too acoustic right now. They need to be tightened up so that it sounds more digitalized. Yes, more digital. But the drums are also already pretty heavy, so that's good. but they need some work. Want to make some different go snares, different snare, but yeah, I can only do that when we have the bass there, because I just need to adjust the addictive drums patches and kind of make them fit. But if there's no bass line there to make it fit too, then it's a little bit hard to kind of make them fit, right? But no, wait, you were talking about the one right in front of the drop. That's this one. That's this one. That's actually just... I should move these two up. It's actually just the same vocal. It's just this.
I'm so,
See, so it's just the start of this section.
I'm so,
Open from this section.
I'm so,
See?
I'm so.
It's just a start from that. And then I took this one, which is the same one, but with a little alto boy -12. And then there's this one, which is the same one, so same one as this, but then I actually went into the audio file and I brought this one down to -12 as well. So this one is that. And then those stacked together create that. Alright, it's a really nice effect for like right in front of the drop, because it makes them sound more, I guess more aggressive, right? More fuller. It just helps kind of fill that in. And as well, if you want to use some of them in like a transition section of the drop, it can be nice to do that as well, because it makes them feel more powerful. It basically just gives the vocals bass, right? Especially that lowest layer. But yeah, because this one is just coming from a sample pack, it's like, yeah, it already sounded relatively good off the bat. Only thing I'm really doing here on this one, I should do this processing on the group, by the way. Like a group. That. Here. So these two are running through the same processing. Yeah, I haven't done much yet at this point, just some high pass to get rid of some of the really low end, which I don't want to do now. I want to do this one on the separate layers, because I want to high pass this one higher, because without it you can see there's some nasty low end that we don't need, so can do that. But then these need to be EQ'd different from that one, because these have more bass, so a little bit lower. That. And then this one, I actually want to keep that bass in there, but I might want to high pass it just a little bit. A little bit like that, maybe. So then, like that sounds pretty good.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that horn needs to be already faded out in this section. Maybe not, actually. Maybe it needs to extend into the drop. That could also be cool. But with a heavy reese. I'm not even sure if it's going to be a reese, but it's going to be something that has a reese in it, but might not just be a pure reese. But there's probably going to be something like a reese in the sides to make it wide, because the bass does need a lot of width, that's for sure. It just needs to be like a layered bass that's just really big. It's just probably going to consist of a couple layers. One that has very little detuning in the middle, that is really giving us like a steady, sort of like a steady, powerful oscillator. And then something layered on top of it that gives it width, which is probably going to have a good amount of detuning, so probably like a reese. And then maybe some extra layers on top to give it that harmony that is kind of similar as to what we're hearing in the intro, because that needs to continue in the drop. It needs to kind of have that theme going throughout the entire thing. The harmony can change a little bit. It can be like, sort of like a progression throughout the track where the harmony kind of progresses over time. That can be a thing, but It needs to keep going, that's for sure. We cannot have just a Reese there, or just a bass playing single notes. That's not gonna work. I already have this thing here, which is turned off right now, but with that already you can hear what I mean. Progress, go up maybe, like I'm hearing, for instance, here that it then goes to maybe there. Change it up a little bit, something like that. We'll see what we'll do with that. But that's all work for tomorrow. Won't you lose loads of bottom sub mono when making your bass wide, or will your sub layer be mono with a wide mid bass over the top? Exactly that. It's all about doing your EQing properly. You can have a really wide bass, like you can use a very wide detuned saw, like literally just a stock default saw wave in Serum, just crank the voices up to 16 and call it a day. You can do that for a bass line. The only thing you have to make sure of is that you EQ that layer to take out all the sub from that, and probably do some mid-side EQing as well. So you kind of take the sub out completely from both the mids and the sides, but then the sides are probably going to have like a high shelf on it or a low shelf on it as well, so that you're kind of shelving off the lower mids a little bit as well. So the further down in frequencies you go, the less wide it is. Basically, that's what you kind of want to get, so that the high frequencies are still very wide, so that you get that wide sound, but in the low mids it's a lot more subtle, and then in the sub there's no width at all. And then you can take like another oscillator, so like another Serum, with like a sub bass patch or a low pass saw wave, or something like that, to fill in the center of the mix and kind of, you know, make that sound good. And then you can even take like another mid-range sound that is more mono, that is really powerful, and have that layered on top of the wider sound, so that combined, and then you have to kind of make sure that they work well together, of course, that they layer well together, but that's just always when you're gonna layer something. And that way you'll make sure that when you summit the mono, like that, all that stuff that's happening in the sides is mostly gonna disappear. Like it's not really gonna all just go to the center. It's not, a lot of it is just going to disappear, right? It's not like it's all pushed into the center of the mix. No, you're kind of just taking most of it away and you're only hearing what's in the center, most of the time at least. I mean, there are some software applications that do this mono summing different, that actually take the side information and sort of like compress it into the mids, into the mid of the mix, but most DAWs don't do that. Most DAWs, when you like sum something to mono, it actually just basically removes everything that's in the sides. Yeah, it's really nice if you can get a bass sound that is both powerful in mono, but also has a lot of width, and that's all about layering most of the time, making sure you have a powerful one in the that's mostly mono, and then have like a wider sound in stereo that kind of layers well together. And it's just all about EQing them separately so that they fit, and then probably processing them together a little bit, you know, like adding a little bit of saturation on top of them, like all of them together, so that they kind of glue a little bit together. That's most of the time what is really needed to make it work. Yeah, exactly. The higher you go, the safer it is to have some width. Like, it can be nice to have some width in low mids, for instance, or in like the low frequencies. Not like the sub frequencies, but the low frequencies. That can be nice, like around 200, 250, something like that. Can be really nice to have some good amount of width there. But yeah, the most thing the most thing you want to make sure of when you sum your track to mono. Back in the day, I would always say like you don't want it to sound too different, but I don't agree with that anymore. I would how do you say that? I would say it different these days. How I see it these days is it can sound different when you sum it to mono, but you don't want it to lose a lot of power or energy, if you get what I mean. You can lose stuff when you sum it to mono. That's perfectly fine. But as long as whatever is in the mid of the mix, whatever is in the mono of the mix, so like in the mid without the sides, if that is powerful and interesting enough on its own, then you are fine, basically. Then everything that's in the sides is just extra, right? It's just making it even better. But when it's played in mono, if that is still interesting enough to kind of work on itself, then that's what you want. And that can mean that when you sum it to mono, it suddenly sounds different. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's only a bad thing when it sounds so different that it actually loses power and energy of a section that needs to be high power or high energy, right? Or maybe you have a pad that's really wide, but when you sum it to mono, it almost completely disappears, and now your intro sounds almost empty. You know, you might really like the pad, but that might mean that you need to find a pad sound that is better sounding in mono and layer that with the one that you have that sounds really wide, so that you have two pads kind of with a similar sound stacked up on top of each other so that they kind of fill out the areas that you are missing. That's definitely stuff to think about. It's really important, actually. You don't want to lose anything important. Yeah, true. Like, you don't want to lose any power or anything that really makes well, like, it can also be phase cancellation, right? Can also happen. It's not always phase cancellation. It can just be like stuff that's so far on the side. Like, for instance, if you have a really wide reverb, like, that's just gonna disappear when you sum it to mono. Not because it's phase canceling, but it's just side information. It's just not even present that much in the midst of the mix. So when you sum it to mono, it's just gone. Right? And sometimes it can even be fun if you have like a sound that is in mono. That sounds good. And then you have a stereo sound, but when you layer them together, they kind of clash a little bit. You can take something like, I have this one plugin. You can also do it with the Ableton utility. Like, you can have a very wide sound and put a utility on it. And then by default in utility, you have this width, right? When you do this, it kind of makes it mono. And when you do that, it just makes it wider. But when you right click this and choose mid side mode, now it goes, if you do this, you only hear the mids. And if you do this, you only hear what is in the sides. So you can take a really wide sound, turn this up to 100, so that you only hear what's in the side. And now there's nothing going on in the mid. And then you can take your mono sound and you can place that in that gap in the mid, and they will never clash, because there's nothing there for it to clash with, because everything that's on the side is stereo information that is not clashing with the mono one, because there's nothing there in the mono one, right? So you can make a very wide sound and a mono sound that are occupying the exact same frequency range just work together. Even though the very wide sound by default would have like stuff in the mono as well, but by using a utility this way, you can just remove that. You can also take an EQ, set it to mid-side mode, and just take away everything in the mid channel. Works kind of similar, but it also fucks with the phase a little, of course. So just to be safe, I would grab a utility. But that can be really fun too. That way you can even have like two completely different sounds. So like building a stereo sound, you can take like a square wave mono bass and then a saw wave Reese, and then have like everything in the mids is square wave based and everything in the sides is saw wave based, for instance. You can do really interesting stuff like that. I should definitely play around more with stuff like that, because every time I try it, I just get such interesting things, and I'm like, whoa, this sounds so cool. You know? That stuff with sound design sessions, right? That's not what you want to play around too much with when you're... Well, tomorrow is mostly going to be sound design, I guess. We're going to have to make the bass, so we're going to have to do sound design and then arrange it. Anyways, I already went way over time. It's 1:10 a.m. I'm gonna stop streaming. Thanks for being here. I'll be streaming tomorrow again on 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. So check out what it is for you, and I would love to see you guys there. If you want to help support me in doing these streams, and you want to help support me with the idea that I had, I actually talked about it in the stream, of I don't know, getting some vocalists on Fiverr or something, trying to find some people for other tracks that I've been working on, and getting them to do some vocals, and then see if we can make a video about it. That could be fun. If you want to join the Discord, the link to that is in the chat right now as well. On the Discord, I will let you guys know when I go live, and that's also where you can request feedback and all that kind of stuff. Make sure to read the rules before you join. That way you know exactly where to post what, and what is allowed and what is not allowed, and what you have to do to request feedback and all of that kind of stuff. Thanks for the support on Patreon and the donations. Oh, I don't think there were any donations today, honestly. I mean, it was just an extra stream today, so it doesn't really matter too much, honestly. But thanks for being here. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be in the Discord after the live stream as well. I'll play this while we end, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Peace.
Oh, we're never meant to be friends. I knew